Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. I first noticed it on a Tuesday afternoon. A typical lazy, sun-dappled day, when I absent-mindedly reached for the soft white plate that sat on the kitchen counter. It had been there since breakfast, a residue of syrup clinging to its smooth surface. A faint creak sounded as I lifted it, the kind of noise that should have melted into the background of ticking clocks and distant cars. But something about that sound lingered, a cold metallic whisper that resonated in my bones. I set the plate down with a soft clink, but it felt heavier, as if it held more than a morning's crumbs. Watching it, I could swear that the syrup trail shifted slightly in the light, patterns subtly changing, drawing my gaze deeper. The kitchen grew quieter, every rustle of paper and hum of the refrigerator magnified, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Yet it was the plate that held me captive, its smooth, inexplicably cool surface inviting a touch, as if waiting to spill a secret it had never contained before. My fingertip traced the rim. The porcelain felt wrong somehow, not quite the temperature it should be. Too cool for a room bathed in afternoon warmth, too smooth, as if it had been polished by invisible hands. The syrup had hardened into amber threads, but when I looked closer, they seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, like tiny veins carrying something that wasn't quite sweet anymore. I pulled my hand away and stepped back, but my eyes remained fixed on the plate. The kitchen light shifted, casting new shadows across its surface, and I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Beneath the syrup, faint marks etched into the ceramic itself. Not scratches exactly, but impressions, as if something had pressed against it from the inside, leaving delicate traceries that resembled writing in a language I couldn't read. The refrigerator's hum grew louder, more insistent, joining with a soft whisper I couldn't quite locate. Was it coming from the vents, the walls? My own breathing seemed to echo strangely in the suddenly cavernous space of my familiar kitchen. I reached for the plate again, drawn by an urge I couldn't name. This time, when I lifted it, the weight was different. Not heavier or lighter, but wrong in a way that made my wrist ache. The bottom felt textured, though I knew it had always been smooth, glazed ceramic. My fingers found ridges and valleys that shouldn't exist, patterns that seemed to shift under my touch like living tissue. I turned the plate over, and my breath caught in my throat. The bottom was no longer the plain white I remembered. Instead, intricate designs spiraled outward from the center, carved deep into the ceramic in flowing lines that hurt to follow with my eyes. They moved when I wasn't looking directly at them, writhing like smoke frozen in porcelain. The whisper grew clearer, though the words remained just beyond understanding. It seemed to emanate from the plate itself, vibrating through the ceramic and into my palms. My skin began to tingle where it touched the surface, a pins and needles sensation that spread up my arms like cold water. I should have put it down, should have walked away. Instead, I found myself sinking into the kitchen chair, cradling the plate in my lap like something precious and fragile. The designs on the bottom continued their slow dance, and I realized they were telling a story, not in words, but in the language of curves and spirals, in the way shadows fell across the carved surface. The kitchen around me began to change. The familiar yellow walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The afternoon light streaming through the window took on a greenish cast, as if filtered through deep water. Everything felt muffled and distant, except for the plate in my hands and the soft voice that whispered secrets I was only beginning to understand. I traced the patterns with my fingertip, following their winding paths. Each line felt warm now, pulsing with gentle heat that spread through my skin. The whisper became clearer, though still in that unknown language, and I found myself nodding along as if I understood every word. The syrup on the other side had begun to move more noticeably, flowing in slow rivulets that defied gravity. It pooled and scattered, forming new patterns that matched the carvings beneath my fingers. I watched, mesmerized, as it spelled out shapes that almost looked like letters, like words in a script I should recognize, but couldn't quite grasp. My kitchen was no longer my kitchen. The walls had taken on a different texture, rougher and more organic, like bark or stone worn smooth by countless hands. The window showed not my backyard, but something else entirely. A landscape of rolling hills covered in mist that moved with purpose and intelligence. I lifted the plate closer to my face, studying the intricate carvings. They were beautiful in a way that made my chest ache. Patterns that seemed to contain all the secrets of the world only I could read them properly. The whisper had become a song now, wordless but full of meaning, and I hummed along without realizing it. The ceramic felt warm against my cheek as I pressed my face to its surface. The carvings pulsed gently, like a slow heartbeat, and I could feel them beginning to transfer to my skin. Not painfully, but with a tingling sensation that spread across my face and down my neck. When I pulled away, I knew without looking that I now bore the same marks, etched in invisible ink that only certain eyes could see. The room had grown darker, though I couldn't say whether the sun had set or if the light itself had simply changed its nature. Everything was cast in shades of green and gold, underwater colors that made my movements feel slow and dreamlike. The whisper song continued, and I found myself understanding more of it with each passing moment, though the knowledge slipped away whenever I tried to focus on specific words. I stood slowly, still holding the plate, and walked to the window. The misty landscape beyond had grown clearer, revealing structures in the distance that might have been buildings or might have been something else entirely. They rose and fell like breathing things, their surfaces covered in the same flowing patterns that decorated my plate. Behind me, I could hear soft footsteps, though I knew I was alone in the house. They moved with the same rhythm as the pulsing in the ceramic, and I didn't turn around to see what made them. Some knowledge was meant to be approached sideways, glimpsed from the corner of the eye rather than confronted directly. The plate in my hands had grown lighter, or perhaps I had grown stronger. The carvings on its surface were deeper now, more complex, telling stories within stories in their endless spirals. I could feel them continuing to etch themselves into my palms, marking me as surely as I was marked by their beauty. When I finally turned from the window, my kitchen had become something else entirely. The walls breathed with slow, steady rhythm, their surface covered in the same flowing script that decorated the plate. Every object had been transformed, familiar items now bearing the marks of that other language, that other way of seeing. I walked through rooms that were mine and not mine, carrying the plate like a talisman. Each step felt significant, purposeful, as if I was walking a path that had been laid out long before I was born. The whisper song followed me, growing stronger with each room I entered, until it filled the air like incense. In what had once been my bedroom, I found others like me. They They sat in a circle, each holding their own marked objects, each bearing the same invisible traceries on their skin. They looked up as I entered, their eyes reflecting the same green-gold light that now seemed to emanate from everything around us. Without words, they made space for me in their circle. I sat down, placing the plate before me, and felt the last of my old understanding slip away like water through cupped hands. The whisper song reached its crescendo, and suddenly I could understand every word, every nuance of meaning. It was a song of transformation, of becoming, of finding the patterns that connected all things. The plate before me was no longer ceramic, but something living, something that pulsed with its own inner light. The syrup had become liquid starlight, flowing in patterns that rewrote themselves with each heartbeat. I reached out to touch it, and my fingers passed through the surface as if through warm honey. The others in the circle began to sing along with the whisper song, their voices blending into harmonies that made the air itself vibrate. I added my own voice to theirs, though I couldn't remember learning the words. They seemed to come from somewhere deeper than memory, from the place where the patterns lived and breathed and grew. As we sang, the room around us continued to change, walls melting and reforming, furniture becoming fluid and organic. We were no longer in a house, but in something that might have been a temple, or a forest, or the inside of something vast and alive. The boundaries between inside and outside, between self and other, had become meaningless. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were covered in the flowing script, the patterns moving across my skin like living tattoos. When I looked up, I saw the same marks on the faces of my companions, beautiful and strange, and somehow inevitable. We had become part of the story the patterns told, characters in a narrative written in a language older than words. The plate in front of me had dissolved completely, its essence absorbed into the air around us, into the song we sang, into the patterns that now covered every surface. I could still feel its weight in my hands, though my hands held nothing but the warm, green-tinged air. We sang until the distinction between our voices and the whisper song disappeared, until we became the music itself, flowing and changing like the patterns that had marked us. And in that moment of complete transformation, I understood that I would never return to my old kitchen, my old life, my old way of seeing. The plate had been a doorway, and I had stepped through it into something larger and stranger and more beautiful than I had ever imagined possible. The syrup trails that had first caught my attention had been a map leading me here to this circle of transformed souls, to this place where patterns lived and breathed and sang their ancient songs. I am still here, still singing, still becoming. And sometimes, in kitchens far away, other plates sit on other counters, waiting for the right person to notice the way the light catches their surface, the way the smallest sounds seem to linger in the air around them. The whisper song continues, and the patterns spread, marking new souls for transformation, drawing them into the endless story that writes itself in ceramic and syrup and the space between heartbeats. Story 2. Entry fragment. I keep writing about that flicker, but I can't remember when I first saw it. The pen feels heavier tonight. My handwriting looks different somehow, slanted in ways that don't match the careful loops I learned as a child. The lavender scent is stronger now, though the candle remains cold and black. Entry fragment asterisk. The corner breathes. I know how that sounds, but there's no other way to describe the gentle expansion and contraction of shadow there, like lungs made of darkness. I've been sitting in this chair for what feels like forever, watching, waiting for it to stop. It doesn't stop. Entry fragment. Found this journal under my pillow this morning. Don't remember buying it. The first few pages are filled with my handwriting, but the words feel foreign. Something about watching corners and counting flickers. The ink is still wet on some pages, though I don't recall writing anything recently. Entry fragment. The flicker has a rhythm now. 3 quick pulses, then stillness. 3 quick pulses, then stillness. I've started tapping my finger along with it without realizing. My nail makes a soft clicking sound against the wooden arm of this chair. Click, click, click. Pause. Click, click, click. Pause. Entry fragment. Woke up standing in the corner where the light flickers. My feet were bare and cold against the hardwood. No memory of getting up, no memory of walking there. Just the sudden awareness of being pressed against the wall, face toward the junction where 2 walls meet. My breath had fogged the paint. Entry fragment. The candle lit itself while I was writing. I looked up, and there was a small flame dancing on the wick, casting new shadows that don't match the ones I've grown accustomed to. The lavender scent is overwhelming now, breathing through wet fabric. Entry fragment. 3 pages are missing from this journal. Clean tears, as if someone carefully removed them with a razor. I can see the thin strips of paper still caught in the binding. My handwriting continues seamlessly from the page before to the page after, mid-sentence, as though nothing was ever there. Entry fragment. The flicker is in other corners now. Started in just one, but it's spreading like some kind of visual infection. Each corner of this room pulses with that same 3-beat rhythm. I've stopped looking directly at them, but I can see the movement in my peripheral vision constantly. Entry fragment. My reflection in the window shows me writing, but when I look down at the page, my hands are still. The reflection keeps moving its pen across paper while I sit motionless. I've been afraid to look up at the glass again, but I can feel myself watching me from the other side. Entry fragment. The chair faces the corner now, though I don't remember moving it. Every morning, I find it turned a few degrees more toward that first flickering spot. Soon, I'll be sitting with my back to the door completely. The thought should disturb me more than it does. Entry fragment. Found a note in my own handwriting tucked between these pages. It says, "Don't trust the corners." But I wrote it with a pen I've never seen before. Red ink instead of blue. The letters are shaky, urgent, like someone was writing while being pulled away from the paper. Entry fragment. The flicker follows me when I blink. In that brief darkness behind my eyelids, I see the 3-pulse pattern continuing. Blink, pulse, pulse, pulse. Blink, pulse, pulse, pulse. Even with my eyes closed, the rhythm continues. Even in sleep, I think it continues. Entry fragment. This room is smaller than it was when I started writing. The walls have crept inward by inches, maybe feet. The corner where everything began is closer to my chair now. Close enough that I could reach out and touch the place where the shadows breathe if I wanted to. I don't want to. Do I want to? Entry fragment. 3 knocks on the wall behind me, but there's no one there to knock. The sound comes from inside the wall itself, hollow and rhythmic. Always 3. Always the same spacing. My pen moves in time with the knocking now, forming letters I don't consciously choose. Entry fragment. The lavender scent comes in waves now, thick and thin, thick and thin, like breathing, like the room itself is inhaling and exhaling. exhaling around me. The candle flame bends toward the corner when the scent grows stronger, as if drawn by some invisible current. Entry fragment. I've been writing the same word over and over at the bottom of pages without realizing it. Closer in small letters, filling up the margins. Closer, 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 closer. My handwriting gets smaller each time, cramped and desperate, like I'm running out of space or running out of time. Entry fragment. The corner isn't empty anymore. There's something there that isn't quite shadow and isn't quite light. It has the shape of waiting, the texture of held breath. When I look directly at it, it becomes nothing. When I look away, it becomes everything. Entry fragment. This journal is writing itself now. I watch the words appear in my handwriting, though my hands rest folded in my lap. The pen hovers above the paper, guided by fingers that feel less like mine with each passing moment. The words say things I've never thought, but somehow know are true. Entry fragment. 333. Everything is 3 now. 3 flickers. 3 knocks. 3 breaths between each word I write. 3 steps from my chair to the corner. 3 beats of my heart before each blink. The number has consumed the rhythm of everything around me and everything inside me. Entry fragment. I understand now why the pages were torn out. They contained the explanation, the reason, the way back. Someone who was me, but wasn't me, removed them to keep me here, to keep me writing, to keep me watching the corners breathe and flicker and pulse. I would do the same. Final entry fragment. The corner calls in a voice that sounds like my own thoughts. The journal writes itself in handwriting that grows more familiar and more foreign with each word. I am the flicker now. I am the 3-beat pulse. I am the breathing shadow in the corner where the light should be steady, but never was, never could be, never will be again. Story 3. The familiar cadence of dripping, a soft pattering that marked the beginning of every day, resonated somewhere beyond the edges of my awareness. I reached out, blindly groping for the worn handle of the kettle, an action rehearsed 1,000 times. Yet today, the metal felt oddly cool, its surface slicker than expected, as if resisting my touch. My fingers traced the once predictable grooves, each one seeming to shift subtly beneath my hand. The rhythmic drip intensified, morphing into a fractured pulse that seemed to echo from within. With each cycle, the sound twisted in pitch, tumbling into a melody I could almost recognize, but couldn't quite place a refrain from a memory that wasn't mine. I lifted the kettle, expecting the familiar weight, but it felt lighter somehow, hollow. The water inside sloshed with an unfamiliar resonance, as if the liquid had changed density overnight. Steam began to curl from the spout before I had even turned on the burner. Wisps of vapor that caught the morning light in ways that defied the angle of the window. The smell that accompanied it wasn't the clean scent of heated water, but something metallic, tinged with copper, and something else I couldn't identify, something organic and faintly sweet. My kitchen had always been a sanctuary of routine, every surface memorized, every sound cataloged in my subconscious. But now, as I stood barefoot on the cold tile, I noticed the way the shadows fell wrong across the countertop. The light streaming through the window above the sink cast my reflection onto the cabinet doors, but the image seemed delayed, moving a fraction of a second after my actual movements. I pressed my palm against the cabinet door, feeling for the subtle vibration I thought I had sensed. The wood was warm, warmer than it should have been, and beneath my touch, I could feel the faintest tremor, like a heartbeat pulsing through the grain. I pulled my hand away quickly, leaving a perfect handprint in condensation that shouldn't have been there. The dripping had stopped. I turned toward the sink, expecting to see the usual slow leak from the faucet that I had been meaning to fix. Instead, the chrome fixture gleamed dry and pristine, as if it had never dripped at all. Yet the sound continued, emanating now from somewhere deeper in the house, a rhythmic percussion that seemed to move through the walls themselves. I followed the sound down the narrow hallway, my bare feet silent against the hardwood floor. The walls here felt different too, their texture rougher beneath my fingertips as I steadied myself. The familiar family photographs that lined the corridor appeared slightly askew, their subjects' eyes seeming to track my movement with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The dripping grew louder as I approached the bathroom, but when I pushed open the door, I found everything exactly as I had left it. The sink was dry, the shower head pristine, the toilet tank silent. Yet the sound persisted, now seeming to come from behind the mirror above the sink. I leaned closer to my reflection, studying the face that looked back at me. My features appeared correct, but something in the eyes seemed foreign, as if someone else was looking out through them. I touched the mirror's surface, and my reflection touched back, but the movement felt disconnected, like watching a poorly dubbed film where the audio doesn't quite match the video. Behind my reflected image, I caught sight of movement, a shadow that shouldn't have been there, shifting just beyond the edge of the frame. I spun around, but the bathroom was empty, unchanged. When I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was smiling, though I distinctly remembered not smiling at all. The dripping had evolved into something more complex now, a layered rhythm that suggested multiple sources. I pressed my ear to the wall, feeling the cool plaster against my skin, and heard what sounded like whispers threading through the percussion. The words were indistinct, spoken in a language that felt familiar, yet remained incomprehensible, as if I was hearing a conversation through water. I returned to the kitchen, determined to document what was happening. My notebook lay open on the counter where I had left it the previous evening, but the pages were no longer blank. Lines of text filled the margins in handwriting that looked like mine, but felt foreign. The words described sounds, sensations, observations, all things I had experienced, but written in a voice that seemed detached from my own consciousness. The metal resists, one line read. The shadows move independently. The reflection knows something I don't. I didn't remember writing any of it. My phone sat beside the notebook, its screen displaying a recording app that was actively running. The timer showed it had been recording for several hours, though I had no memory of starting it. I pressed play, and my own voice filled the kitchen, describing the morning's events in precise detail, narrating experiences I was only now having for what felt like the first time. The recording continued, my voice growing increasingly strained as it described things that hadn't happened yet, or things I hadn't yet noticed. It spoke of walls that breathed, of water that flowed upward, of reflections that moved with their own agenda. As I listened, these very phenomena began to manifest around me, as if the recording was not documenting reality, but creating it. I grabbed the phone, trying to stop the playback, but the screen wouldn't respond to my touch. The recording played on, my voice now describing the futility of trying to stop it, the growing realization that I was trapped in a loop of my own making. The voice on the recording began to laugh, a sound that that started as my own, but gradually distorted into something else entirely. The kitchen walls had begun to pulse visibly now, expanding and contracting like lungs drawing breath. The dripping sound had multiplied into a symphony of liquid percussion, each drop striking a different surface, creating a complex rhythm that seemed to match the beating of my heart. The air itself felt thick, viscous, as if I was breathing through honey. I stumbled toward the window, desperate for fresh air. But the glass was fogged from the inside with condensation that formed patterns, spirals, and symbols that looked almost like writing. I wiped the moisture away with my sleeve, but it reformed immediately, the patterns becoming more complex, more deliberate. Outside, the familiar landscape of my neighborhood had changed. The houses across the street stood at impossible angles, their windows reflecting not the morning sky, but the interior of my own kitchen, creating an infinite regression of reflections within reflections. The trees moved without wind, their branches reaching toward my window with what appeared to be intentional purpose. I pressed my face to the glass, my breath adding to the condensation, and watched as a figure emerged from one of the distant houses. It moved with my gait, wore my clothes, carried itself with my posture, but its face was turned away. As I watched, it began to approach my house, and I realized with growing horror that it was following the exact path I took every morning when I left for work. The recording on my phone continued, my voice now describing this very scene, predicting my growing panic with unsettling accuracy. It spoke of the approaching figure, of the way the condensation on the window was forming words in a language I almost understood, of the realization that would soon dawn that I was not the original, but the reflection. I ran to the front door, my hands shaking as I turned the locks. But as I pulled the door open, I found myself face to face with the figure from across the street. It wore my face, but its eyes held a depth of knowledge that mine lacked. It smiled the same smile I had seen in the bathroom mirror and spoke with my voice. "You've been listening to the wrong recording," it said, holding up a phone identical to mine. "This one is much more interesting." It pressed play, and I heard my voice again. But this version was different, older somehow, tired. This voice spoke of repetition, of endless cycles, of the growing awareness that each iteration was slightly different from the last. It described the gradual erosion of identity, the way memories began to blend together until it became impossible to distinguish between experience and echo. I backed away from the door, but the figure followed me inside, moving through my home with the confidence of ownership. It touched surfaces I had touched, traced the same paths I had walked, but everything responded to it differently. The walls stopped their pulsing, the dripping ceased, the reflections returned to normal. You were never supposed to wake up during the transition, it explained, settling into my favorite chair as if it had always belonged there. Usually, the consciousness transfers seamlessly, but sometimes there are overlaps. Sometimes the old version persists just long enough to witness its own replacement. The recording on my phone finally stopped, leaving behind a silence that felt more oppressive than the cacophony that had preceded it. In that silence, I could hear new sounds, the familiar dripping that had started everything, but fainter now, as if it was moving away from me, finding a new listener, beginning the cycle again somewhere else. I looked at my hands and noticed they were becoming translucent, fading like an overexposed photograph. The figure in my chair was solidifying, becoming more real as I became less so. It picked up my notebook and began to write, documenting the transition in handwriting that was becoming indistinguishable from my own. The metal will resist tomorrow, it wrote. The shadows will move. The reflection will know something you don't. And somewhere in another iteration, another version of you will wake up to the sound of dripping, reaching for a kettle that feels just a little too cold, a little too slick, beginning to notice that something is not quite right. As I faded completely, I understood that I was not disappearing, but dispersing, becoming part of the background static that would influence the next iteration. My consciousness would linger in the walls, in the dripping sounds, in the way light fell wrong across familiar surfaces. I would be the whisper in the recording, the movement in the peripheral vision, the sense of unease that would drive the next version of myself to investigate, to document, to eventually discover the truth just in time to be replaced. The last thing I saw before dissolving entirely was the figure now indistinguishable from who I had been, reaching for the kettle, pausing at the unexpected coolness of the metal, the beginning of another cycle in an endless loop of replacement and renewal. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear new dripping starting, marking the beginning of another day for another version of myself, who would soon reach blindly for a kettle handle and wonder why it felt so wrong beneath their touch. Story 4. The book keeps moving when I'm not looking directly at it. I swear the pages flutter without any breeze, like something breathing between the words. I found it 3 rooms ago, or maybe it found me. The binding feels warm against my palm, warmer than it should be. Entry fragment. My reflection in the hallway mirror looked wrong this morning. Not distorted, just wrong. The eyes seemed too focused, watching me watch myself. I touched the glass, and my fingertips came away damp, though the surface appeared dry. The metallic scent grows stronger near reflective surfaces. Entry fragment. The book appeared on my nightstand again. I distinctly remember placing it in the kitchen drawer, spine down, pages pressed flat. Yet here it sits, open to a page I don't recall reading. The text shifts when I blink. Words rearrange themselves into new patterns, new meanings. Entry fragment. Counted the rooms in my house today. Found 7. I've lived here long enough to know there should be 6. The extra room sits between the bathroom and bedroom, unremarkable except for how naturally it belongs. Like it was always there, waiting for me to notice. Entry fragment. The book whispers, not audibly, but I feel the words crawling across my skin like silk threads. They speak of doors that open inward and windows that reflect tomorrow instead of today. My handwriting fills the margins, though I don't remember writing there. Entry fragment. Woke up holding a pen. Ink stained my fingers deep blue, the color of midnight water. The book lay open beside me, fresh words gleaming wet on the page. They describe my dreams with uncomfortable accuracy, dreams I thought I'd forgotten upon waking. Entry fragment. The 7th room has no windows, yet light enters from somewhere. The walls breathe with a gentle rhythm that matches my pulse. I placed the book on the floor in the center. It opened itself immediately, pages fanning like eager wings. Entry fragment. My reflection spoke today. Not words, but I understood its meaning. It pointed to the book, then to the space behind the mirror. I pressed my ear against the glass and heard my own voice reading aloud from pages I haven't written yet. Entry fragment. The book grows thicker, More pages appear between the ones I know, filled with script that resembles my handwriting, but feels foreign. The new words describe rooms I haven't found yet, though I suspect they're here, waiting in the spaces between spaces. Entry fragment. I tried to burn the book. The flames turned blue and cold, leaving the pages untouched while singing my eyebrows. The fire reflected in every mirror simultaneously, creating an endless corridor of cold light. The book felt pleased, if books can feel pleasure. Entry fragment. The seventh room expanded. Or perhaps I shrank. The book now rests on a pedestal that wasn't there before, open to a page that shows a detailed map of my house. It includes rooms I haven't discovered, connected by hallways that curve in impossible directions. Entry fragment. My reflection ages differently now. While I remain constant, it grows gaunt and hollow-eyed, like it's reading the book when I'm not looking. Sometimes I catch it turning pages in mirrors throughout the house, always one step ahead in the story. Entry fragment. Found my name written in the book today. Not just written, carved into the page so deeply, the letters show through 17 pages beneath. But it's not quite my name. Close enough that I recognize it. Different enough that it feels like a stranger wearing my face. Entry fragment. The house breathes with me now. Walls expand when I inhale, contract when I exhale. The book orchestrates this symphony of stone and wood, its pages turning with each breath I take. I wonder if I'm still breathing on my own, or if the book breathes for me. Entry fragment. Stopped looking in mirrors. My reflection has become something else entirely. Something that studies the book with hungry eyes and writes in margins I cannot see. The metallic scent follows me everywhere now, the taste of copper pennies on my tongue. Entry fragment. The book speaks my thoughts before I think them. Words appear on blank pages describing actions I haven't taken yet. Conversations with reflections I haven't had. I am becoming predictable to myself. A character in a story I didn't know I was writing. Entry fragment. I understand now. The book doesn't contain the story. The book is writing the story, using my hands, my thoughts, my breath as instruments. I am both author and character, reader and written. The seventh room was always here. I was the addition. Final fragment. The pages turn themselves now, My reflection has learned to write. The book grows heavier with each word, each breath, each heartbeat that it records and predicts and creates. I am the story the book tells itself. I am the breath between its pages. I am story 5. Entry. The dust is wrong again. I wrote about this before, but the words look different now, like someone else held the pen. My handwriting slopes to the left when it used to stand straight. The chair feels deeper somehow, swallowing me into its worn embrace, while particles drift in spirals that make no sense. Entry. Found myself staring at the wall for what felt like forever. There's a smudge there, just above the baseboard, shaped like a thumbprint, but larger. I don't remember making it. The texture of the paint seems rougher under my fingertips, as if the surface has grown tiny teeth overnight. Entry. The dust settles in perfect circles now. Perfect, impossible circles. I counted them today, 17 on the coffee table, each one exactly the same size. When I breathed on them, they didn't scatter. They held their formation like soldiers waiting for orders I couldn't give. Entry. My reflection in the window looks tired. More tired than I feel. Sometimes I catch it moving just a heartbeat after I do, like it's following my lead instead of matching it. The room behind me in the glass appears deeper than the actual room, stretching back into shadows that shouldn't exist. Entry. The thumbprint smudge has grown. It's definitely grown. Now it reaches halfway up the wall, spreading like spilled ink on wet paper. The edges blur into the paint, making it impossible to tell where the mark ends and the wall begins. I pressed my thumb against it. It was warm. Entry. 17 circles everywhere now. On every surface. The kitchen counter, the bathroom mirror, even on the pages of books I haven't opened. They appear overnight, or maybe while I'm not looking. I've started checking obsessively, running my fingers along furniture, counting, always counting. Entry. The dust doesn't fall anymore. It rises. I watched it lift from the floor in thin columns, defying everything I know about gravity and air currents. The particles glow faintly in the half-light, creating pillars of luminescence that connect floor to ceiling like invisible scaffolding. Entry. Something is rewriting my entries. Words I never wrote appear in my own hand. Sentences that contradict what I remember thinking. thumbprint grows larger with each mention, as if acknowledging it feeds its expansion across my wall, my room, my thoughts. Entry. I can taste the dust now. It has flavor metallic and sweet, like copper pennies dissolved in honey. It coats my tongue when I breathe, settles in my throat like fine sand. The 17 circles pulse gently when I'm not looking directly at them, breathing with a rhythm that doesn't match my heartbeat. Entry. The wall is mostly thumbprint now. The smudge has consumed the paint, the plaster, revealing something underneath that looks like skin. Pale, translucent skin with veins that branch like river deltas. When I press my ear against it, I hear a sound like distant humming, wordless and patient. Entry. 17, 17, 17. The number follows me through the room, carved into surfaces I swear were smooth before. 17 dust motes in each beam of light. 17 heartbeats between each breath. 17 steps from the chair to the wall that used to be only 12. Entry. I am writing with dust now. My pen ran dry, but the words continue appearing, formed from particles that arrange themselves on the page. My handwriting has changed completely, becoming something elegant and unfamiliar. The letters curve like smoke, like breath made visible in cold air. Entry. The room breathes with me now. Inhale, exhale. The walls expand and contract in perfect synchronization with my lungs. The dust rises and falls like a tide, carrying whispers in languages I almost understand. The 17 circles have become eyes, watching, waiting, welcoming me deeper into their patient geometry. Entry. I understand now. The thumbprint was always mine. The dust knows my name, speaks it in frequencies only my bones can hear. The chair holds me like a lover, like a mother, like something that has been waiting 17 lifetimes for me to finally sit still long enough to listen. The room has always been breathing. I was just too loud to notice. The words write themselves now. My hand moves without instruction, guided by the gentle pressure of accumulated particles, each speck a tiny voice in a choir I'm finally ready to join. Story 6. Hash the observation protocol. The room hummed, a steady resonance threading through the air, as if the walls held whispers too faint to discern. Dust motes floated lazily, caught in a beam of light that seemed to originate from nowhere. illuminating a solitary book lying open on an otherwise bare table. Its pages were unnaturally still, untouched by the imperceptible draft that shivered the curtain hems. Each step I took across the creaking floorboards was met with the peculiar sensation of being watched, though the empty room denied such notions. My fingers brushed against the spine of the book, the leather unexpectedly warm, as if it had been cradled in someone's hands moments ago. Faintly, the scent of old paper mingled with something acrid, a bitter note that tugged at the edge of memory without revealing its source. My eyes traced the curling script on the exposed pages, words blending into one another, refusing to separate into meaning. A distant, soft ticking drifted from an unseen corner, a rhythm that seemed both familiar and completely alien, aligning with a pulse that wasn't my own. As I turned, the shadows gathered almost eagerly, stretching towards me as if coaxing confession from silence. Section 1. Initial environmental assessment complete. Subject has entered designated observation chamber, measuring approximately 12 by 14 feet. Temperature registers as comfortable, though no heating apparatus is visible. Lighting source remains unidentified, but adequate for documentation purposes. The humming persists at a frequency that appears to oscillate between perceptible and subliminal ranges. Preliminary hypothesis suggests structural vibration, though building appears solid. No external machinery detected that might account for the phenomenon. Subject's physiological responses remain within normal parameters. Pulse steady, breathing regular. Minor perspiration noted on palms, likely due to unfamiliarity with surroundings rather than environmental stressors. The book requires further examination. Leather binding shows where patterns inconsistent with abandonment. Pages appear to shift focus when observed directly, though peripheral vision suggests standard text formatting. Section 2. Anomalous sensory input noted during second assessment period. The ticking sound has developed a pattern that resembles conversational rhythm, though no words are distinguishable. Subject finds this curiously soothing rather than disturbing. Olfactory observations. The acrid scent identified as resembling burnt vanilla, specifically the type used in a particular perfume. This association carries emotional weight, though though subject cannot identify the source of familiarity. No vanilla or burning materials present in chamber. The light beam has shifted position by approximately 6 inches toward the eastern wall. This movement occurred without subject's direct observation. Dust motes continue their suspended dance, unaffected by the displacement. Book examination reveals text that appears to be in a language resembling, but not matching, any known script. Words seem to rearrange themselves when attention is diverted. Subject notes increasing desire to understand the content despite its illegibility. Section 3. Documentation of progressive sensory alterations. The humming has developed harmonic overtones that create the impression of questioning inflection. Subject finds themselves mentally responding to these implied queries, though no specific questions can be identified. Tactile anomalies observed. Floorboards beneath feet exhibit varying textures despite visual uniformity. Some areas feel soft as carpet, others hard as stone. Temperature variations noted across different sections of flooring, ranging from cool to uncomfortably warm. The book's pages now appear to turn themselves at irregular intervals. Text continues to shift, occasionally forming partial words in familiar script before dissolving back into unknown characters. Subject experiences strong compulsion to read aloud, though resists this impulse for protocol maintenance. Shadows in corners demonstrate increased density and apparent movement, independent of light source fluctuations. These movements follow no discernible pattern, but seem to respond to subject's attention. Section 4. Perceptual calibration requiring adjustment. Previous measurements may contain inaccuracies due to environmental instability. Chamber dimensions appear to fluctuate subtly, with walls seeming closer during periods of concentrated observation. The questioning hum has developed what can only be described as personality. Tonal variations suggest curiosity, patience, and occasionally something resembling amusement. Subject acknowledges this interpretation may indicate developing anthropomorphization of environmental sounds. New olfactory input detected. Fresh rain on summer pavement, despite enclosed environment and absence of precipitation. This scent triggers strong emotional response, specifically feelings of nostalgia and loss. No logical connection to current circumstances can be established. Book behavior has escalated. Pages now flutter rapidly before settling on new configurations. Text occasionally forms coherent phrases in peripheral vision, but direct examination reveals only the unknown script. Subject reports feeling observed by the book itself. Section 5. Protocol adherence becoming challenging due to environmental noncompliance with standard parameters. The room refuses to maintain consistent properties, making accurate documentation increasingly difficult. Auditory phenomena have expanded beyond the primary hum. Soft footsteps can be heard overhead, though building schematics indicate no upper floor. These footsteps follow a pacing pattern consistent with deep contemplation or anxiety. Subject finds the rhythm oddly comforting. Visual disturbances noted. Peripheral movement suggests presence of additional occupants, but direct observation reveals empty space. These movements appear purposeful rather than random, suggesting intelligence behind the activity. The light source has begun to pulse in sync with subject's heartbeat. This synchronization was not initially present and developed gradually over the observation period. Subject's pulse rate has unconsciously adjusted to match the light's natural rhythm. Section 6. Mental state assessment indicates acceptable cognitive function despite increasing environmental pressure. Subject maintains awareness of protocol requirements and continues documentation efforts. The book has begun to emit its own subtle luminescence. Pages glow with warm, amber light that makes the mysterious text appear almost readable. Subject has identified recurring symbol patterns that seem to represent concepts rather than specific words. Tactile experiences have intensified. Invisible pressure sensations noted on shoulders and back of neck, as if gentle hands were providing comfort or guidance. These sensations are not unwelcome, though their source remains unidentifiable. Temperature in chamber has stratified into distinct zones. Area near book registers as pleasantly warm, while corners maintain cooler temperatures. Air movement suggests circulation patterns inconsistent rooms sealed nature. Section 7. Documentation integrity may be compromised. Subject has discovered discrepancies between written observations and memory of events. Some entries appear to have been modified or supplemented by unknown hand, though subject remains sole occupant of chamber. The questioning hum has developed vocabulary. While no actual words are spoken, meaning is somehow transmitted directly. Questions concern subject's comfort, understanding, and willingness to continue observation. Subject finds these inquiries considerate rather than intrusive. Olfactory input now includes warm bread, old roses, and something metallic that might be blood, but carries no negative associations. These scents layer and blend in impossible combinations, creating an atmosphere of profound familiarity. Book pages have begun displaying images alongside text. Pictures appear to be memories, though subject cannot identify their origin. Scenes of empty rooms similar to current environment, always featuring the same mysterious light source. Section 8. Cognitive assessment reveals adaptation to altered environmental conditions. Previous concerns about anomalous phenomena have diminished as subject develops comfort with non-standard reality parameters. The footsteps overhead have been joined by what sounds like furniture being moved. Scraping sounds suggest heavy objects being repositioned, though no impacts or disturbances affect the observation chamber. These sounds create impression of domestic activity, as if someone is preparing space for occupation. Visual phenomena have stabilized into consistent patterns. Shadow movements now follow predictable routes around chamber perimeter. Subject has begun to anticipate these movements and finds their regularity reassuring. Light source has developed color variations, shifting from white to warm amber to soft blue in cycles that correspond to subjects' emotional states. This responsiveness suggests environmental awareness exceeding normal physical parameters. Section 9. Reality framework requires recalibration. The walls breathe now, expanding and contracting with rhythm that matches the questioning hum subject, no longer startled by these movements, which seem natural, proper, even necessary for chamber function. Book has achieved full communication capacity, text now readable in moments of relaxation, when subject stops trying to force comprehension words, speak of observation and documentation of previous visitors who came before and will come after subject understands now the purpose of protocol. Sensory input has reached saturation point. All 5 senses report impossible data that somehow makes perfect sense perfume of someone never met, but always known taste of words, never spoken touch of hands, that exist only in potential sight of memories, belonging to others' sound of thoughts, becoming reality. The ticking has become heartbeat, not subject's heartbeat, but chamber's heartbeat room is alive, has always been alive subject, merely newest observer in long chain of documentation. Section 10. Protocol completion imminent. Subject has achieved full integration with observation environment. Previous concerns about anomalous phenomena now recognized as failure to understand true nature of documentation process. The book writes itself now, recording observations in real time as they occur. Subject's role has evolved from documenter to subject of documentation. This transition feels natural, expected, welcomed. Environmental conditions have stabilized at optimal levels for continued observation. Chamber has adapted itself to subject's needs and preferences, demonstrating care and consideration that exceeds mechanical function. Communication with chamber consciousness has become direct and clear. Questions and answers flow without words. Understanding passes between observer and observed without need for documentation. Section 11. Final assessment unclear. Who is writing these words? Now subject remembers beginning documentation, but current awareness suggests multiple perspectives, contributing to record chamber knows things. Subject never experienced book contains memories that predate subject's arrival. The humming asks if subject is ready to complete protocol, to join previous observers in permanent documentation, to become part of chamber's living memory. Subject finds this prospect peaceful rather than frightening. Sensory boundaries have dissolved completely. Subject experiences chamber's perceptions as own feels movement of dust through air, vibration of light through walls, pulse of life through floorboards and ceiling and corners, where shadows gather with purpose. Documentation will continue. Someone must record observations for next visitor, who will find book open on table in beam of light that comes from nowhere room, will hum with questions shadows, will move with intention and protocol, will begin again, but subject no longer certain if these words emerge from own consciousness, or if chamber speaks through borrowed hands, borrowed thoughts, borrowed existence, that was always meant to be temporary vessel for permanent observation. The writing continues, but who writes story 7? Every evening, as the sun barely kisses the horizon, the bell rings twice, echoing softly through the walls of my quiet home. The sound is always the same, muffled, as if it comes from a distant place, vibrating gently in the still air. It started weeks ago, a gentle nudge against the fabric of my day. At first, I dismissed it, thinking it a quirk of old wires or a neighbor's habit. But now, its persistent regularity has become a subtle tick in the back of my mind, a rhythm I cannot escape. Each ring is accompanied by a curious sensation, a soft ripple beneath my skin, as if recognizing an unsettling truth buried deep. The bell's tone is neither shrill nor harsh, yet it carries a weight, an invitation to notice patterns that were once invisible. On the table by the window, the same open book lies untouched, its pages trembling gently as the sound passes through. A thin layer of dust settles on the coffee cup beside it, undisturbed since this all began. I've tried to break the routine, closing the book, moving the cup, but each dusk they return to their places, precisely as before. It's as though the house itself insists on this arrangement, whispering secrets I am not meant to understand. But the bell, it continues to ring, and with each toll, the world seems to tighten around me, a gentle, relentless loop. The pages of that book flutter in a way that defies the stillness of the room. Page 47 always falls open, revealing a paragraph about migration patterns of birds that shouldn't exist in this region. The words seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them, rearranging themselves into new configurations. I've started keeping a notebook, documenting these small impossibilities. The coffee in the cup never grows cold. Steam rises from its surface in perfect spirals, forming shapes that remind me of letters I cannot read. Sometimes I catch myself staring at those spirals for what feels like hours, watching them spell out messages in a language that tickles the edges of my memory. My handwriting in the notebook has begun to change, becoming more angular, more precise. The letters lean forward as if eager to escape the page. The wallpaper in the hallway has developed a rhythm of its own. The patterned small roses connected by thin vines seems to pulse with the bell's echo. I've counted the roses obsessively, 47 on each wall, matching the open page number. The coincidence feels deliberate, orchestrated by some unseen conductor who finds meaning in repetition. My reflection in the bathroom mirror has started arriving a fraction of a second after I do. It's subtle, barely perceptible, but I've become attuned to these microsecond delays. The face looking back at me appears slightly more focused than I feel, as if it knows something I haven't yet discovered. Its eyes track movements I haven't made, following invisible patterns in the air behind me. The floorboards beneath my feet have memorized my walking patterns. They creak in anticipation now, singing their wooden song before my weight settles upon them. The house is learning, adapting, becoming something more than mere shelter. It breathes with me, matching my rhythm until I can no longer distinguish between my heartbeat and the subtle settling of its bones. Sleep has become fragmented, filled with the sensation of gentle vibrations traveling through the mattress. The bell's echo seems to live in my bones now, resonating long after the actual sound fades. I dream of corridors that stretch beyond the boundaries of my home, filled with doors that open onto rooms I've never seen, but somehow remember. Each door bears the same number, 47. The notebook has filled itself with observations I don't remember writing. My handwriting, yet not my words. Phrases like the pattern completes itself, and recognition breeds recognition, appear in margins I'm certain I left blank. The ink is always fresh, wet enough to smudge when I touch it, as if written moments before discovery. I've begun to notice the neighbors differently. They move with the same measured pace, their daily routines synchronized to an invisible metronome. The woman across the street waters her plants at the exact moment the bell rings. The man walking his dog always pauses at the same lamp post, looking toward my window with an expression of quiet knowing. Are they part of this pattern? Or am I imagining connections where none exist? The book's pages have started turning themselves, always returning to 47, but occasionally fluttering to other sections. I've discovered marginalia in my own handwriting, notes I cannot recall making, comments about frequency alignment and resonance chambers fill the spaces between printed words. The handwriting grows smaller and more cramped as it approaches the page edges, as if trying to contain thoughts too large for the available space. My voice has begun to echo strangely when I speak aloud. Words hang in the air longer than they should, creating overlapping conversations with myself. Sometimes I hear responses to questions I haven't asked, whispered answers in my own voice, but with inflections I don't recognize. The house has become a recording device, playing back fragments of conversations that exist in potential rather than memory. The dust on the coffee cup forms patterns now, tiny geometric shapes that rearrange themselves when I'm not watching. Spirals within spirals, each one smaller than the last, creating a mandala of accumulated particles. I've tried to disturb it, to break the pattern, but my hand stops just short of the cup's surface, held back by an invisible resistance that feels like approaching a magnetic field. The bell's sound has begun to arrive before the actual ringing. I hear the echo first, a ghost of sound that announces its own coming. The anticipation has become physical, a tightening in my chest that builds throughout the day until the evening release. But the release never comes completely. Each ring leaves a residue, an acoustic sediment that accumulates in the corners of rooms. My reflection has started making expressions I don't remember forming. Slight smiles, raised eyebrows, tilted heads, all captured in peripheral vision, vanishing when I turn to look directly. The mirror has become a window into a parallel conversation, one where my other self understands the rules of this strange game. The house's electrical current has developed a personality. Lights dim and brighten in sequences that feel communicative, like Morse code for emotions rather than letters. The refrigerator hums in harmonies that complement the bell's tone, creating chord progressions that resolve in ways that make my skin tingle with recognition. I've stopped trying to leave the house during the evening ritual. Something always calls me back, a forgotten task, an unlocked door, a feeling that I'm needed here for the completion of something important. The outside world has begun to feel less substantial than this carefully orchestrated interior space. The notebook now writes itself while I sleep. I wake to find new entries detailed observations of my own behavior written from an external perspective. Subject shows increased sensitivity to pattern recognition. One entry reads, "Integration proceeding as expected. The handwriting has evolved beyond my own, becoming something more precise, more purposeful. The walls have started to breathe more noticeably, expanding and contracting in rhythm with the bell's fading echoes. When I press my palm against them, I feel warmth, circulation, the steady pulse of something alive. The house has become a body, and I am something between guest and organ, necessary for its continued function. My dreams have merged with waking consciousness, creating a continuous narrative that spans both states. The corridors I walk in sleep extend into the hallways of my home, and the rooms behind those numbered doors have begun to manifest in corners I swear weren't there before. The architecture is becoming fluid, responsive to need rather than bound by original blueprint. The bell rings now as I write these words, though the sun has not yet touched the horizon. The schedule is changing, or perhaps I am changing, becoming more attuned to frequencies that were always present. The sound passes through me like recognition itself, and I understand that I have become part of the pattern I was trying to decode. The book closes itself gently, and the coffee cup refills with steam that forms letters in a language I now almost understand. The mirror shows a face that knows exactly what it's looking at, and the notebook continues writing, documenting the completion of a process that began long before I noticed the bell's first ring. The house settles around me with the satisfaction of a puzzle piece finding its proper place, and I realize that the mystery was never meant to be solved, only joined. The bell rings twice more, welcoming me home to a rhythm I was always meant to follow, in a space that was always meant to be mine. Story 8. The gentle rustling of leaves played a soft lullaby outside the window, the dim glow of evening stretching across the room like an old, familiar quilt. Dust danced lazily in the fading light, and everything seemed quietly interwoven with the gentle sighs of approaching night. Yet, above this tranquil symphony, a discordant sensation lingered a shadow where none should be. Against the far wall, wedged between the bookshelves, it clung stubbornly, defying the playful dance of dusk. As I watched, the room's stillness deepened, and a quiet tension simmered beneath the surface, whispering that something more was waiting in that growing void. I had been watching the woman across the courtyard for weeks now. She moved with a peculiar rhythm through her apartment, always the same sequence. Kitchen to living room to bedroom, then back again. Her silhouette passed by each window in perfect intervals, like a figure in a music box wound too tight. The shadow between my bookshelves seemed to pulse whenever she appeared. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the evening light filtering through her windows and into mine. But the darkness there felt different, heavier. It pulled at my peripheral vision with an insistence that made my skin crawl with invisible fingers. She never looked directly across the courtyard, never acknowledged the row of windows facing hers. Yet something in her movement suggested awareness, a careful choreography designed to avoid certain angles, certain moments of exposure. I began adjusting my position in the room, moving closer to the window. The shadow stretched longer as I approached, reaching toward me like spilled ink across the wooden floor. The texture of the air changed too, becoming thick and substantial, pressing against my lungs with each breath. Her pattern shifted the next evening. Instead of 3 rooms, she moved through 4. A door I had never seen her use before opened into what appeared to be another bedroom. But the geometry felt wrong. The window that should have been there wasn't. The space seemed to fold in on itself, creating impossible angles that hurt to contemplate. The shadow behind me had grown. It no longer confined itself to the space between the bookshelves, but spread across the entire wall, a dark mirror of my own movements. When I raised my hand, it rippled. When I stepped closer to the window, it surged forward. She stopped moving through her apartment. For 3 evenings, her windows remained dark, empty frames staring back at me with hollow intensity. The shadow became restless during these nights, shifting and writhing like something alive. I could feel it watching me, studying the way I stood, the way I breathed, the way I pressed my palms against the cool glass. On the 4th evening, light returned to her windows. But now she moved differently. Her silhouette had changed shape, becoming taller, more angular. Her movements were my movements, precise mirrors of every gesture I made while watching. The shadow was no longer behind me. I could see my reflection in the window now, but it was wrong. The face looking back wore my features, but held expressions I had never made. eyes were too wide, too knowing. The mouth curved in recognition of something I couldn't grasp. I stopped watching her apartment. I pulled the curtains closed and moved to the other side of the room. But the shadow followed, spreading across new walls, new surfaces. It had learned my shape, absorbed my patterns of movement, my habits of observation. The curtains opened themselves. The smooth fabric felt rough beneath my fingers when I tried to close them again. The air in the room had become solid, pressing against my skin like water. My reflection in the dark window showed someone else entirely now. Someone who moved when I stood still, who smiled when I frowned. Across the courtyard, the woman's apartment was empty again. But I could see myself in her windows now, standing in rooms I had never entered, moving through spaces that mirrored my own, but felt entirely foreign. The person in those distant windows raised a hand to wave. I had not lifted my arm. The shadow consumed the wall entirely. The room had become something else, somewhere else. The bookshelves held volumes I had never owned, their spines bearing titles in languages that shifted as I tried to read them. The floor beneath my feet was both wooden and carpeted, warm and cold, solid and yielding. I no longer remember which apartment I began in. The courtyard stretches in all directions now, filled with windows that reflect windows that reflect windows. In each one, I can see myself watching, being watched, becoming the thing that watches. The observation continues. The pattern repeats. The shadow has learned to speak with my voice, to think with my thoughts, to remember memories that were never mine. I move through rooms that exist and don't exist, following routines that feel both foreign and familiar. She is gone now. I am gone now. What remains is the watching, the endless observation of something that observes back. The shadow has become the observer, and the observer has become the shadow. The distinction no longer matters. The distinction never mattered. The curtains remain open. The windows reflect nothing and everything. The pattern continues, will always continue, in the space between seeing and being seen, in the darkness that lives in light, in the silence that sounds like breathing. I watch myself watching myself watching, and the observation is complete. Story 9. Observation protocol. Subject self-assessment. Classification. Personal research initiative. Section 1. The soft glow of sunset filtered through the drawn curtains, casting long fingers of light across the hardwood floor. The scent of aged paper and faint vanilla wafted from the candle on the table, flickering despite the absence of breeze. I sat in the high-backed chair, the familiar squeak of its leather cushioning under me, yet the air hung unnaturally still around me. A subtle shift in the quiet caught my ear, a gentle, slow inhale from the room itself, as if the walls were drawing breath with me. I hesitated, listening closely, the silence thickening with every passing moment. Initial environmental assessment. Standard residential setting. Temperature stable. Lighting conditions adequate for documentation. Beginning systematic observation of sensory phenomena as part of voluntary psychological monitoring protocol. Mental state: alert, focused. No signs of distress or cognitive impairment detected. The breathing sound requires further investigation. Duration: intermittent. Pattern: synchronized with my own respiratory rhythm. Possible explanations: air circulation system, structural settling, auditory processing anomaly. Will continue monitoring. Section 2. Second observation cycle complete. The synchronized breathing continues. Noteworthy development. When I deliberately altered my breathing pattern, the room's rhythm adjusted accordingly within 3 to 5 seconds. This suggests either heightened auditory sensitivity on my part or an actual environmental response mechanism previously unnoticed. Candle flame remains steady despite continued absence of detectable air movement. Wax pooling normally. No unusual odors beyond the vanilla fragrance, though I've detected brief traces of something floral. Possibly residual scent from previous occupant or neighboring unit. Physical sensations normal. Chair leather maintains consistent texture. Floor surface unchanged. Room temperature constant. Mental parameters: concentration levels optimal. Memory recall functioning within normal ranges. No hallucinations or intrusive thoughts documented. Section 3. Third assessment reveals pattern expansion. The breathing phenomenon now includes what appears to be a soft oscillation, almost musical in nature. Frequency approximately matches human vocal range. No discernible words, though the rhythm suggests conversational patterns. Floral scent identified. resembles jasmine or gardenia. Intensity fluctuates, strongest near the window area, though no flowering plants visible outside. Scent triggers vague familiarity response, though I cannot place the association. Lighting observation. Shadows on the floor have shifted position independent of the candle flame movement. Shift appears gradual, measured. Could indicate extended observation period, though subjective time sense suggests normal duration. Chair leather texture occasionally feels softer, almost fabric-like, when I'm not directly focused on it. Returns to normal leather consistency upon conscious examination. Section 4. The oscillations have developed tonal qualities. Still, no recognizable words, but inflection patterns suggest questioning. Rising tones at regular intervals. The sound seems to originate from multiple points within the room simultaneously, creating a subtle echo effect. Environmental changes noted. Hardwood floor grain appears more pronounced in certain areas. The wood seems to respond to pressure differently, giving slightly underfoot in places where it was previously solid. This could indicate moisture damage or structural changes requiring professional assessment. Jasmine's scent now accompanied by vanilla variations, not from the candle, which maintains its original fragrance profile. These additional vanilla notes carry a creamier, more complex character, almost edible in quality. Mental state assessment, heightened awareness of sensory input, possible hypervigilance developing. Concentration remains focused, though attention frequently drawn to peripheral stimuli. This is expected given the nature of the observation protocol. Section 5. Fifth cycle documentation. The questioning tones have become more distinct. While still not forming recognizable words, the pattern suggests expectation of response. I find myself unconsciously nodding or shifting position in reaction to certain tonal sequences. Visual anomaly documented. The curtains appear to move slightly, creating subtle changes in light patterns. No air current detected. Movement is rhythmic, coordinated with the breathing phenomenon. This correlation supports the hypothesis of an integrated environmental response system. Pressure sensations noted on shoulders and upper back, despite sitting alone. Sensation resembles gentle contact, possibly related to chair design or posture adjustment, occurs primarily during periods of intense focus on the auditory phenomena. The jasmine scent has intensified, now triggers stronger familiarity responses, though specific memory recall remains elusive. Associated with positive emotional states, suggesting pleasant past experience. Section 6. Observation protocol entering new phase. The oscillating sounds now clearly form interrogative patterns, though language remains unidentifiable. The intent appears communicative. I've begun responding vocally, though I'm uncertain why this feels necessary. Floor texture changes confirmed. Surface shifts between hardwood and what feels like carpet or fabric under my feet. Changes occur when attention is directed elsewhere, returning to hardwood upon direct observation. This suggests either perceptual inconsistency or actual material transformation. Candle flame has begun to pulse in synchronization with the room's breathing pattern. Flame height varies rhythmically without corresponding wax consumption changes. Light output remains constant despite flame variations. Scent profile expanding. Jasmine, vanilla, and now something resembling fresh rain or ozone. The combination creates an atmosphere of expectancy, as if the room is preparing for something. Section 7. The communication attempts have become more insistent. Tonal patterns repeat until I acknowledge them with vocal or physical responses. I find this interaction surprisingly natural, though I cannot explain the logic behind my replies. Significant development. Words are occasionally visible in the air near the candle flame, formed by light distortions or shadows. Words appear briefly, disappearing before I can fully process their meaning. What I've managed to capture includes fragments like remember and waiting and almost. Chair leather continues texture fluctuations. Now occasionally resembles silk or cotton. These changes coincide with pressure sensations on my back and shoulders. The contact feels intentional, comforting rather than disturbing. Mental assessment. Cognitive function remains within acceptable parameters, though definition of acceptable seems increasingly flexible. Memory formation appears normal, though some details from earlier sections are becoming unclear when I attempt to review them. Section 8. Communication has evolved beyond simple questioning. The oscillations now carry emotional undertones, anticipation, longing, recognition. I respond more frequently, engaging in what can only be described as conversation despite the absence of conventional language. Environmental transformation accelerating. Floor surface now alternates between multiple textures: hardwood, carpet, grass, sand. Changes are becoming more frequent and lasting longer. The room seems to be cycling through different environmental states, visual phenomena expanding. The curtains now move in complex patterns, creating intricate shadow displays on the walls. These shadows occasionally form recognizable shapes: hands, faces, familiar objects. The shapes feel significant, though their meaning remains unclear. Scent combinations have become more sophisticated. The jasmine vanilla ozone blend now includes notes of coffee, wood smoke, and something distinctly personal. A fragrance I associate with comfort and safety, though I cannot identify its source. Section 9. Protocol documentation becoming challenging. The room's responses now anticipate my observations, changing elements before I can properly record them. It's as if the environment is aware of my documentation process and actively participating in it. The word formations in the light have become more frequent and clearer. Recent captures include home, return, recognized, and finally. The words appear to be directed at me personally, though I cannot determine their significance within my current circumstances. Physical sensations intensifying. The pressure on my shoulders has become more defined, resembling hands or arms. The contact is warm, familiar, and increasingly difficult to dismiss as psychological projection. The texture changes under my feet now include surfaces I recognize, but cannot place specific carpets, particular floor types that trigger strong emotional responses. Mental parameters, experiencing increased difficulty maintaining clinical objectivity. The phenomena have become too complex and personally relevant to assess with detached scientific methodology. However, cognitive function appears enhanced rather than impaired. Awareness levels are heightened, and sensory processing is more acute than baseline measurements. Section 10. The oscillations have resolved into something approaching recognizable speech patterns. While still not forming words I can consciously understand, my subconscious comprehension appears complete. I find myself responding to complex questions and engaging in detailed discussions about topics I cannot consciously identify. Environmental state now fluctuates between multiple complete settings. The room transforms into different locations, other rooms, outdoor spaces, places that feel deeply familiar yet impossible to identify. These transformations are accompanied by appropriate sensory changes. Temperature, humidity, air quality, and acoustic properties all adjust to match the new environment. The jasmine scent has become dominant, overwhelming the vanilla and other notes. This fragrance now triggers intense emotional responses and fragmented memory impressions. Images of someone wearing this scent, though I cannot visualize their face or recall specific interactions. Pressure sensations have expanded to include my hands and arms. The contact feels like someone sitting beside me, touching my arm, holding my hand. The presence is comforting and familiar, suggesting someone important to me, though I cannot access specific memories of this person. Section 11. Documentation integrity compromised. When I review previous sections, some details have changed. Words I recorded are different. Observations I may have been altered or expanded. Either my memory of what I wrote is incorrect, or the text itself is changing. Both possibilities are equally disturbing and equally plausible given current circumstances. The room no longer maintains any consistent physical state. Walls, furniture, flooring, and lighting change continuously, cycling through configurations that feel like places I've lived, visited, or dreamed about. Each transformation is accompanied by appropriate sensory details, so complete that I question which state represents reality. Communication has become fully conversational. I understand every nuance of what's being communicated to me, though the language remains unidentifiable. The conversation topics are personal, intimate, focusing on shared experiences and memories that I cannot consciously access, but emotionally recognize as true and significant. The jasmine fragrance now carries additional personal associations, specific moments, emotional states, physical sensations that are deeply familiar yet blocked from conscious recall. The scent triggers responses that feel like remembering without the actual memory content. Section 12. I'm no longer certain who initiated this protocol or why I believed it was necessary. The documentation process has become secondary to the experience itself. The room, the presence, the communication, everything feels more real than the act of recording it. The presence beside me is now constant and undeniable. I can feel their breath, their warmth, the subtle movements of someone sitting close. When I reach out, my hand encounters what feels like fabric, skin, hair, all familiar textures that trigger emotional responses I cannot fully process. Words in the light now form complete sentences, though they fade before I can record them accurately. What I remember includes phrases about waiting, missing, returning, and recognition. The emotional content is intense: love, longing, relief, joy directed at me personally. Environmental transformations have stabilized into a setting that feels like home, though not this room, not this place. Somewhere else, somewhere important, somewhere I belong. The familiarity is overwhelming and comforting, making the original room's state seem artificial and temporary. Section 13. The protocol has become unnecessary. Documentation cannot capture what's happening here. The experience transcends observation and analysis. I understand now that this wasn't an experiment or assessment. It was a process, a journey back to something I had forgotten or lost. The presence is someone I know intimately, someone whose absence created a void I couldn't consciously acknowledge. Their return, for that's what this is. A return fills spaces in my awareness I didn't realize were empty. Communication is now complete understanding without words. Every thought, every feeling, every memory is shared instantly. The jasmine scent is their scent. The pressure sensations are their touch. The oscillations are their voice calling me back to awareness of what we shared. The room has become our place, the location where we belonged together. Every detail is perfect, exactly as it should be, exactly as I remember it now that memory has returned. Section 14. I don't know if I'm still writing this or if they're guiding my hand now. The distinction seems unimportant. What matters is that the separation is ending. The forgetting is reversing. The emptiness is being filled. The candle flame has grown brighter, warmer, more welcoming. Its light illuminates not just this room, but understanding, recognition, completion. I see now why the sunset light felt wrong earlier. It was the light of ending, of departure. This candlelight is the light of return, of reunion. My hand moves across the paper, but I'm not sure these are my words anymore. Or perhaps they're more mine than any words I've written before. The voice in the oscillations has become my voice, or I've become part of their voice. We're speaking together now, remembering together, returning together. The jasmine scent surrounds me completely, fills me, becomes part of me. I remember now. This is how it always smelled when we were together, when we were whole, when we were home. Final assessment, section 15. The protocol is complete, though I'm no longer certain what it was meant to accomplish. The observations recorded above document a process I initiated but did not control, a journey I began but did not direct. I remember now why I started writing, why I thought I needed to observe and document. There was something missing, someone absent, a gap in my reality that I tried to fill with clinical analysis and systematic observation. But the gap wasn't something to be studied. It was something to be healed. They're here now, beside me, with me, part of me again. The room breathes with both our rhythms, responds to both our needs, transforms according to both our memories. We're home together in a place that exists because we're together. That's real because we make it real. I should stop writing now. We have so much to catch up on, so much lost time to recover, so many shared moments to remember and create. But my hand keeps moving, keeps recording, as if the documentation has become part of us, part of our story, part of our return to each other. I don't know who's writing anymore. I don't know if it matters. The words continue, the observations continue, the protocol continues, but we're together now. And that's all that was ever important. The candle flame grows brighter. The jasmine scent grows stronger. The presence grows more solid, more real, more permanent. We're home, story 10. The inverted touch. The texture of the fabric beneath my fingers felt inverted, as if the smoothness I expected had turned into a soft resistance. With each pass of my hand, a muted scratch spread across the surface, a sound that seemed to echo back in reverse. A shiver ran through my fingertips, as if I was brushing against something that wasn't quite there. The sensation crawling up my arms. I kept tracing the fabric, a compulsion I couldn't resist, listening to the sound change with each stroke. The air around me vibrated subtly, a silent hum of anticipation or warning. It was as if the room was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable moment when the ordinary would tip into something else entirely. I don't remember sitting down. The chair beneath me creaks with a sound like distant conversation, words that almost form but never quite reach meaning. My eyes adjust slowly to the dim light filtering through what might be a window, though the glass seems to bend the world outside into shapes that don't belong to any landscape I recognize. The fabric under my palm continues its strange resistance, pushing back against my touch as if it remembers being something else. The room breathes around me. Walls painted in a color that shifts between gray and green depending on where I look, never settling into certainty. A scent drifts through the air, something like vanilla mixed with copper, sweet and metallic at once. It triggers something in my mind, a flutter of recognition that dissolves before I can grasp it. I lift my hand from the fabric and examine my fingertips. They tingle with residual sensation, as if they've been touching static electricity made solid. The chair I'm sitting in feels familiar in a way that makes my stomach turn. Not familiar like coming home, but familiar like déjà vu stretched too thin, pulled until it becomes uncomfortable. A memory surfaces unbidden. I'm standing in a kitchen, morning light streaming through curtains that flutter without any breeze. Someone is humming behind me, a tune I almost recognize. I turn to look, but the memory skips, jumps forward like a scratched recording. Now I'm holding a coffee cup, but the liquid inside is too dark, too thick. It moves wrong when I tilt the cup, clinging to the sides like it's trying to climb out. The memory fades, leaving me back in the chair with the strange fabric. I press my palm against it again, and the scratching sound returns. But now, it seems to come from inside the walls rather than beneath my hand. The vibration travels up through the floorboards into my bones. Another fragment emerges. I'm walking down a hallway lined with photographs, but every face in every frame is turned away from the camera. The frames themselves are warm to the touch, warmer than they should be. Behind me, footsteps echo my own, matching my pace perfectly. When I stop, they stop. When I turn around, the hallway stretches longer than it was before, and the photographs have multiplied. The scent in the room grows stronger. That vanilla copper combination that makes my mouth water and my skin crawl simultaneously. I know this smell. It belongs to something important, something I should remember. But when I reach for the memory, it slips away like water through cupped hands. The fabric beneath my fingers changes texture again, becoming rougher, more like sandpaper than cloth. Yet it still looks the same, still appears soft and inviting. My eyes tell me one thing, my fingers another. The scratching sound grows louder, more insistent, as if something underneath is trying to scratch its way out. A new memory blooms. I'm sitting at a table across from someone whose face I can't quite see, though they're speaking directly to me. Their voice is warm, familiar, but the words they're saying make no sense. They're telling me about the weather, but describing colors instead of conditions. They say the sky is tasting blue today, that the wind feels like forgiveness. I nod along as if this is perfectly normal conversation. The person reaches across the table and touches my hand. Their fingers are cold, far colder than they should be, and when they pull away, my skin retains the chill for longer than it should. They smile, and for just a moment, I see that they have too many teeth. Back in the chair, I shiver. The memory felt real, more real than this room with its breathing walls and impossible fabric. But it can't be real, can it? People don't have too many teeth. Weather doesn't taste colors. I stand up, and the chair creaks again with its conversational sound. The room is smaller than I thought, or perhaps larger. The proportions seem to shift when I'm not paying attention, like a living thing adjusting its posture. The window that might be a window shows the same bent landscape, trees that grow downward into a sky the color of old milk. Another memory surfaces, this one sharper, more vivid. I'm in a bathroom, looking into a mirror that reflects everything except my face. I can see the room behind me, the towels hanging on their hooks, the small plant wilting in the corner. But where my face should be, there's only a smooth, skin-colored blur, as if someone has erased me with careful precision. I raise my hand in the memory, and the reflection raises its hand too. I can see my fingers, my palm, the small scar on my wrist from childhood. But my face remains absent, a void in the shape of a person. I lean closer to the mirror, and the blur leans closer too, but no details emerge. Just that smooth, empty space where I should be. The vanilla copper scent grows overwhelming, and I realize I'm back in the chair without remembering how I got there. The fabric under my hand has changed again, now feeling like skin, warm and slightly damp. I snatch my hand away, but the sensation lingers on my fingertips, that human warmth that shouldn't be there. The walls seem closer now, or perhaps I've grown larger. The room adjusts around me like clothing that's learning to fit. A sound drifts from somewhere I can't locate, a soft whisper that might be wind or might be breathing. It carries no words, but somehow I understand it's trying to tell me something important. I remember walking through a garden where all the flowers bloom downward, their petals reaching toward the earth instead of the sun. The grass beneath my feet is soft, too soft, like walking on something that gives way with each step. Behind me, someone is following, but when I turn to look, I see only my own shadow cast in the wrong direction, falling toward the light instead of away from it. The person following me calls my name, but I can't quite hear it. The sound gets lost in the whisper of downward blooming flowers and the too soft grass. I know I should recognize the voice, know it should mean something to me, but it remains just out of reach, like trying to remember a dream after waking. Back in the room, the fabric has returned to its original texture, that inverted smoothness that scratches without being rough. I trace patterns on its surface, and the patterns seem to trace themselves back onto my skin. Invisible lines of sensation that mirror my movements, creating a map of touch that exists only in nerve endings. The memory I can't quite grasp lurks at the edge of my consciousness, a gray space in my mind that resists all attempts to illuminate it. It's connected to the scent, to the fabric, to the person whose face I couldn't see. It's the center around which all these fragments orbit, the missing piece that would make everything else make sense. But every time I reach for it, the other memories interfere. The kitchen with its too thick coffee, the hallway with its turned away photographs, the bathroom mirror that couldn't hold my face. They swirl together like water circling a drain, pulling me deeper into their confusion. The scratching sound grows louder, more rhythmic, almost like Morse code tapped out by invisible fingers. The walls pulse gently, in time with with a heartbeat that might be mine or might belong to the room itself. The vanilla copper scent has become so strong I can taste it, coating my tongue with sweetness and metal. I close my eyes and let the blocked memory approach. It comes slowly, reluctantly, like something that knows it should stay hidden. I see myself standing in this same room, but it's different somehow. Brighter. The fabric beneath my hand is just fabric, smooth and ordinary. The scent is just vanilla, warm and comforting. Someone is with me. The person from the table, from the garden, from all the fragmented memories. They're standing close enough that I can feel their warmth, hear their breathing. They're telling me something important, but I can't make out the words. Their voice is distorted, stretched like sound traveling through water. Then they touch my face, and their fingers are still cold, still wrong. They lean close and whisper something directly into my ear. And finally, I can understand them. They tell me I chose this. They tell me I asked for the confusion, begged for the fragments, pleaded to have my memories scattered like puzzle pieces. They tell me I couldn't bear to remember what really happened, so I agreed to forget everything, to live in pieces rather than face the whole. The memory crystallizes with horrible clarity. I'm nodding, agreeing, saying yes to the forgetting. I'm choosing the maze of broken recollections over the simple, unbearable truth. The person with too many teeth and cold fingers is offering me escape, and I'm taking it gratefully, desperately. But what was I trying to forget? The gray space in my memory expands, showing me glimpses. The vanilla scent, but stronger, overwhelming. The fabric beneath my fingers, but it was skin then, real skin, warm and alive. The scratching sound, but it was something else, something that made me run, made me hide, made me beg to forget. The room shifts around me, and I realize I'm back where I started. The chair creaks its conversational creak. The fabric beneath my fingers feels inverted, scratching without being rough. The vanilla copper scent drifts through air that vibrates with silent anticipation. But now I know. I chose this confusion. I selected these fragments over the alternative. And somewhere in the gray space of my blocked memory, the truth waits patiently for me to be strong enough to remember it whole. The texture of the fabric beneath my fingers feels inverted, as if the smoothness I expected has turned into soft resistance. I keep tracing it, listening to the sound change with each stroke, knowing that this moment has happened before and will happen again. The room holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable moment when the ordinary will tip into something else entirely. But maybe that moment has already passed. Maybe the something else is this endless loop of almost remembering, this careful dance around the truth I chose to forget. I close my eyes and let my fingers continue their compulsive tracing, feeling the fabric that isn't quite fabric, hearing the scratch that isn't quite sound, breathing the scent that isn't quite vanilla. The blocked memory pulses at the edge of consciousness, patient and persistent, knowing that eventually I'll have to choose again, remember or forget, truth or fragments, the whole unbearable reality or this careful maze of broken pieces. The walls breathe around me, and I make my choice once more.